Career Path at EM Volume 2. A few things have changed since then, but some things have stayed the same. So apologies if there's some repeat material. I tried to upgrade it, update it, and maybe respond to some of the questions that I got last time. So I'm going to share my screen here. Give me a second. We'll get going. I don't mind if you ask questions along the way. So your call on whatever is more convenient for you. Okay, you'll have to let me know if you can see it okay.
It's perfect.
Okay, great. And just heads up, if there's hands up or something, I won't be able to see them because of the way the monitors are being configured. But again, Justin Marble. I'm with the Office of Environmental Management and in the Office of Waste and Material Management, as well as the National TRUE program. So this is a repeat talk, and if you happen to be in DC, please walk across the street to the Smithsonian Castle and take a look back at the Forrestal building, and that's the picture on the right there. So last time I tried to be cool and use technology. I was using a program called Mentimeter, and I asked questions throughout the presentation and was getting responses back during the presentation. This year, I'm not going to do that, but I thought it was interesting to go back and look at some of the questions that I asked and some of the responses. So the first part of the question was, where are you in your career? You know, other PhD candidates, professor research, postdoc, PhD, master's student, undergraduate. So pretty heavy towards the other category. I don't know what that means. I'm guessing staff and also PhD candidates, and I'm assuming it's kind of the same here. So I tried to think about this when I was pulling together some of the slides. Next, what are some of the most important career considerations? And this was interesting. Colleagues, balance, nature of the work-life balance. I like that someone has money stuck in there, location, networking. I think, you know, obviously one of the things that changed probably a lot is with COVID is teleworking, the nature of work, future of work, and how that sort of plays into things as well. Also asked what was your best experience with the program, and that seemed to be everyone sort of had the gamut there between waste management, networking, meeting with mentors, meeting other students, and a variety of presentations and activities, of course, conference and seminars in there as well. So I'm assuming that's sort of the same going forward with how the participants are enjoying the program, the CRESP program. And then, have you ever considered a career at DOE? I got 7 yeses last time. I'm hoping that increases a little bit. Maybe ask me later, and no people have switched. Will switch over to the yes category. But I love my career at DOE. I know anyone on this call would also enjoy it as well. It's very rewarding, lots of fun, and every day is a challenge. Sometimes fun challenges, sometimes not so much fun challenges, but it's definitely a great place to work at the Department of Energy. So my career path, I come from rural Montana, up by the Canadian border. Sometimes I will say A, so excuse me in advance. But I grew up working on a farm. Listening to lots of AM radio was quite the incentive for the start of the school semester and get back to school. I worked summers also at the Montana Department of Environmental Quality, working on drinking water standards. Got to drive around the state doing wellhead sampling, which was very interesting. Lots of very, very small water systems. Also at the same time, I was doing an undergraduate degree at Willamette University in Salem, Oregon, where I was a chemistry major with an art history minor. After a gap year and after working and realizing I wanted to work on water, I went to the University of Arizona, the Department of Hydrology and Water Resources at that time, where I ended up doing both a master's and a PhD. After I graduated, I hung out so my wife could finish her degree, and I was actually doing some work at Argonne National Lab there. That's the advanced photon source there in the lower left corner. And surprising, the last time I made my visit to the Advanced Photon Source, I had a DOE ID because I had started working for the Department of Energy in 2008. So while doing research, I worked on a variety of projects. I was lab director for a long time, running a laboratory, experimental lab, working with GCs, lots of pumps, taking them apart and doing a lot of things with organics, but I also worked on metal uptake. Worked on in situ oxidation, mass flux reduction, dissolved. I was an apple guy. I did lots of work with Dean apples, or non-aqueous phase liquids. I think is now preferred a bit. Doing field experiments, laboratory experiments, worked on some modeling projects as well. So quite a few papers there that I worked on back in the day. And ironically, my advisor contacted me a week ago wanting to use some old data that I collected at APS at the Vance Photon Source. So he's when you go do those user facilities at DOE sites, you collect a lot of data and you never know what you're going to use. So it looks like he's trying to get another paper out the door. So that's interesting. But research, I loved it. I lived in the lab. I, collected samples at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, injected them into GCs. So I know what it's like to run that schedule and be dictated by a column experiment, flow cell experiment. So it actually was a nice change of pace when I jumped over to the Department of Energy in 2008, and I actually work out in the Germantown facility. DOE headquarters is split between downtown, the Forrestal building, and also the Germantown building, where I'm at right now, the original AEA building. As I joke, the weather could be anything it's like outside. I have no idea inside this structure. It's just built exceedingly well. And then I also have a picture there of the current website and sort of a preview of things to come with the EM strategic vision. So originally, what's EM's mission? Legacy cleanup. This is a map here looking at the United States of the 107 original sites that were within the domain of EM for cleanup. And today we're down to 15 remaining sites across the country, from the Hanford site out in Washington State. The California site has, of course, Lawrence Livermore, both the main site and also Site 300. There's the Nevada National Security Site, formerly known as the Nevada Test Site. The New Mexico site, there's both the Los Alamos site, Sandia site. There's the WIP site, the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant. It's not a cleanup site per se, it's where a lot of our transuranic waste goes to. Idaho, Moab site, which is Amtrucka site. The Kentucky site, Paducah, Portsmouth, office there, as well as Portsmouth, Ohio. The Tennessee site at Oak Ridge. Savannah River is, of course, in South Carolina. And then there's the sites up in New York with the AMCBC site, also formerly known as the Spruce site, and the West Valley Demonstration Project there. So those are the current sites that we're working on. I've been to almost all of them, not quite all of them. I think there's one or two left here in this photo that I want to get to. But those are the sites that we're currently working on. When I originally came to DOE, I was in the soil and groundwater office. I worked on soil remediation at some of our sites, a lot of groundwater remediation, looking at innovative technologies, trying to optimize systems. And I happened to cross paths with folks at CRESP, David Cosson, also Craig Benson, looking at the Landfill Partnership Program and also the Cementous Barrier Partnership Program at the time. And this is sort of a map or a schematic looking at some of the areas in which those touch, but it also gives a good idea of a lot of the work that we do in DOE. We have, a lot of infrastructure on the surface. There was leaks or historical disposals from that. It went into landfills. Some of the landfills leaked. It went in through the Vados zone, depending on the system, and then to the groundwater. We had tanks. Some of the tanks leaked. Some of them were single shelled. Some were double shelled. Some of them are being grouted right now. We had disposal trenches. This is sort of depicting the Hanford site, but it can sort of apply to multiple DOC sites here. And, the contaminants are varied. Of course, we have rad contaminants, be it iodine, technetium, strontium in the groundwater, in the Vados zone, perch zones, and so forth. But we also have a lot of organic contaminants, carbon tet, nitrates, TCE. At one point, TCE trichloroethylene was our largest groundwater contaminant, what I think surprises some people. But, our mission, as I said, cleanup, remediation, protect the environment, the public, and try and fix and solve and remediate, clean up, I guess, some of the old past wrongs that we did. So that's what I did for the first part of my career at DOE. Really enjoyed it, a lot of fun, got to work with a lot of great people across the complex and meet some interesting challenges. I think DOE has, I think we say a lot of one-offs, some unique, complex. Sometimes those words are maybe used too much, but definitely every day is an adventure and the activities that we're working on. So then this is a DOE org chart. This is the current org chart. I'm using this as sort of my switching gears, moving from soil and groundwater office to waste and material management. I'm now I was used to be in the waste disposal office, so I worked a lot with DOE on-site disposal facilities. I'll show you a few here in a minute. And then I moved over to the National TRUE program, which is Defense Transuranic Waste Disposal at the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant in Southeast New Mexico. And so that's the area that I work on now. And then also I'm in an acting position, so I also get to interact and deal with nuclear materials, special nuclear materials, spent nuclear fuel. And then the office also has packaging and transportation, which sort of cuts all those areas between spent nuclear fuel transportation, low level waste, transuranic transportation, and then the packaging of it as well. We know our business very well. It's very mature at this stage, and its safety is the key, and being compliant. It's a very interesting world and a lot of fun. So it's a very diverse portfolio, a lot of interesting activities. So waste disposal, there's disposal facilities across the country. As you can imagine, each one is built specific upon the site and the waste that's being developed, that is being disposed of. This is a picture of the site out in Nevada. It's called Area 5. It's within the national security site. And as you can see there, there's different sealand containers, probably some SWBs and some drums that are being disposed of in one of the disposal facilities there, the cell itself. And it's sitting out there in the middle of the desert, obviously very low rain, which is good because you need a transport mechanism in order for the waste to come into contact with a exposure scenario with a person. So this is a very good site, and the Nevada site's one of the few sites that can accept DOE waste from offsite for disposal. Another picture there at the Nevada site. As you can see, the waste is placed in there. In some cases, they put like an interim storage cover over it, and they try to maximize the fill in there. So this is another site of the Nevada site, very dry, very high ET, evapotranspiration rate, which is really good for our disposal facilities. And of course, you can see there's very limited vegetation here at that site. This is when a shipment comes in, there's a lot of RAD testing that's done, check the doses, checking the manifest. Location is very important in case we hope we don't have to, but just in case we ever need to retrieve any waste and put within the facility itself. This is looking up at the Idaho site. This is the remote handled low-level waste facility, actually operated by Office of Nuclear Energy. And this is also a low-level waste disposal facility at the Idaho site. And this is during construction. A bunch of the cocoons are being built there that would then have the waste put inside of it. Large construction projects. This is not your typical waste landfill when your garbage truck comes by, picks up your garbage, puts it in the truck and goes dispose it. That's why I like to say it's not a landfill. It's a disposal facility, highly engineered, highly monitored and regulated. This is a photo of some TRUE packs, which are containers that transuranic waste is placed into during shipment to the WIP, the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant site. This is a truck, and this is one of our TRUE corporate board meetings that we had at a site, and they always like to do group photos in front of the TRUE packs as they're what are in the background there. So those are put on trucks at the sites, the generator sites. They then are shipped to the WIP facility and disposed of inside the mine. So I kind of alluded to it, but I really want to hit on, why do we do what we do and why are we at where we are? Well, it's all back looking at the nuclear fuel cycle. This is a schematic I borrowed from Office of Nuclear Energy. It's kind of gray, unfortunately. I wish it was a little bit brighter, but it starts, really this cycle starts, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but at the mining and milling stage. But one thing that is very important to us is that we are thinking, as they say, cradle to grave. I like to say it's even before the cradle to grave. It's before you even think of the project that you're thinking about the entire life cycle. This is depicting the nuclear fuel cycle, but I think the waste material cycle is also very relevant and important. Before you even start an activity or project now with our current directive system, you need to be thinking about every step of that and what waste will you be producing along all the steps. And ultimately, the goal is not to create any orphan or waste without a disposal pathway. So we need to be thinking from the beginning. Obviously, when you know the whole initiative started, they had a goal in mind, and it was for materials for nuclear weapons, and they didn't always think about the full cycle, and they especially didn't think about the end game, which is why we have a job in EM for legacy cleanup. But it starts with mining and milling of the materials, which creates the yellow cake powder. There's a conversion process that happened at DOE sites like at the Portsmouth. Well, excuse me, there's the conversion process that happens, and there's the enrichment steps that happen at the DOE sites. And then from there, fuel fabrication to the power plant, and then to fuel storage and waste disposal. They use recycling here. In the past, we've maybe used a couple different words like reprocessing, but this is sort of the latest fuel cycle according to the Office of Nuclear Energy. But I do want to highlight that, waste disposal is thought of is at the end, depicted here at the end, but it really is also the beginning and involved with every step. Every one of these steps, there's waste being created, and we need to know what the disposal pathway is. And that's one of the things that we do in our office, ensure that there's disposal pathways, it's being generated and disposed of properly with all the right safeguards in place. So I think that's exceedingly important to highlight. I borrowed this from the UK, thus the minimization spelling, just so you know that this is the UK spelling, of course. So this is a sort of a summary of the waste hierarchy, and I kind of like to show this. We're looking at waste prevention, minimization, reuse, recycling, and ultimately disposal. That's sort of the last step. And I think this sort of relates to sort of a lot of other areas of life as well. As you go down, there's an increasing environmental impact, and I also want to note there's an increasing cost, definitely, as you typically go down when you get to disposal. And then there's also a strategic, preference that we really do want to try to have waste prevention, looking at waste minimization techniques and procedures. How can we reuse an item, a product, versus one use and disposal? And, recycling/reprocessing could be sort of put in there with ultimately when we have no further use for it, that material object is declared waste and disposed of. So how do we dispose of it? There is a variety of options available to us. We don't utilize all of them, but I just wanted to show what are some of the options out there. This is from an IEA publication. The US has a very, long-term, robust disposal program in most areas. Not all countries have that luxury, although some countries are a little bit ahead of us in certain areas, especially geological repositories like Finland and Sweden. But typically kind of going from left to right is sort of that increasing potential for isolation and containment, which depends on the waste type. I'll talk about that next. And then the other sort of area is the ground level. Ground level and going deeper, typically we would assume that would provide greater protection from inadvertent intruders or other sort of pathways, exposure pathways. We're always interested in how it could be potentially exposed during a compliance period or even an assessment period past that, be it 100 years during, post-institutional controls, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and beyond. So that's where the isolation containment process comes in for what we deal with. So the first sort of group up there in the left-hand corner is the near surface sort of repositories. There's lots of variations of that, and there is within the DOE system as well, be it above ground, saltstone disposal units, slit trenches, engineered trenches, a traditional above ground disposal facility, sort of lots of variations of a theme, and that depends on many factors, but it could depend on what the groundwater level is, how far is it from the facility to the groundwater. That would depend on the West Coast, East Coast, what's infiltration rates, what's the vegetation in the area, how's it being designed? Is it a line system? What's the cap design? What's the waste going in it? That's exceedingly important. What's the size? What's your footprint? How large or how small can you do that? So the design of the facility, lots of things to take into account there. Next, there's vaults, near surface silos, shallow drifts or tunnels. There are some examples of that across the DOE complex, also internationally as well. You then get into this idea of boreholes, which would be more of a intermediate depth of disposal depending on the waste stream. And then for more of that deep geological repository, there's this deep borehole technology that potentially could be used or is looking at being used in some countries that don't have programs. And then there's also geological repositories, and currently there is not one in the United States, but one is about to open in Finland, and France is going through the process right now, and so is Sweden, some of the other European countries. So again, wide range, depends on many factors. All this takes into account when we're looking at what's the appropriate safe disposal pathway for the DOE waste. So radioactive waste classification system, there's the DOE system, there's the NRC system, there's also an international system. They're all a little bit different. Try to touch on them here. Green represents NRC and DOE waste class types. The yellow is NRC class, and then the blue, light blue, there's a DOE class. We have high level waste. The regulatory responsibility is DOE, but there's also the US EPA and NRCs involved. The disposal pathway for high level waste is a geological repository. Although not a waste class, spent nuclear fuel would also, the disposition pathway would also be a geological repository. Greater than class C, which is a, well, low level waste. It's DOE for disposal, but NRC regulates disposal, and there currently is not a disposal pathway for greater than class C waste. There's transuranic waste, which there is a DOE disposal, EPA certification. They have a certification process that happens every 5 years. And WIP facility, waste isolation pilot plant, is in New Mexico. So New Mexico holds the hazardous waste permit because it is mixed waste, meaning hazardous constituents with radioactive waste is disposed there. And as I said, WIP is the disposal pathway for defense generated transuranic waste. There is no non-defense transuranic waste disposal pathway at this point in time. Low-level waste. Low-level waste is sort of defined by what it's not, and it's DOE disposal, EPA state permits. And then there's also, if it's the NRC, there's class A, B, and C, near surface disposal facilities. High-level waste is the definition is coming from the reprocessing of spent nuclear fuel. Transuranic waste is based on the current definition. DOE's definition is 100 nanocuries per gram of transuranic isotopes with a half-life greater than 20 years. NRC is slightly different than that. And then low-level waste is sort of the catch-all definition within the DOE. Is defined by what it's not, meaning it's not high-level waste or not transuranic waste. International community has a different one. They look at high, intermediate, and low activity waste. One thing I want to note, and it's very important, is I would say that not one is more safe than the other. I would all say they're equally safe. They were developed at different times for different reasons, but all of them lead to the safe maintenance, touching, contaminate, disposal pathways for the waste itself. It's just different systems that were developed. But I want to highlight that they're all, I would argue, equally safe. So looking at just some photos of the Hanford site there and their low-level waste disposal facility. On the left is integrated disposal facility, IDF. It's currently not being used. It's licensed to receive both low-level waste, DOE low-level waste, but it's also a RECRA facility, so it can receive RECRA waste. It's currently not receiving waste. And then on the right-hand side is the ERDF, the Environmental Restoration Disposal Facility. It also receives mixed waste. It is currently in operation. They have what's called supercells there. It is a line facility. It receives CERCLA waste and RAD waste, so both hazardous constituents from the CERCLA process. The Nevada National Security Site, Area 5, not 51, sorry, bad joke, but this is the disposal facility there. It accepts both mixed low-level waste, and they also have a classified disposal facility. Some areas there are actually capped already, and they're going through a revegetation process. There's actually some pretty cool videos on the website if you're interested in looking at that. Trying to regrow desert fauna is actually exceedingly challenging after the system's been disturbed. But Area 5 in Nevada, and as I said earlier, this is the only site right now that currently can accept DOE waste from other sites for disposal. Area 3, excuse me, at Nevada. It accepts very limited amounts of waste right now, typically just soils that are created from on-site. And, Nevada National Security Site was a Nevada test site, over 800 detonations at the site, both below ground and above, at or above ground, below the groundwater table, above the groundwater table, at the groundwater table. So you have these craters that have formed where the detonations have happened. And so at the time, they used I think actually it was 3 different craters that they used there, and they're filling in with soil. That typically is not used as much. It's kind of difficult to get with a cone shape to get the material in it versus the rectangular shape. But that's another option there in Nevada. The Savannah River site or E area that has multiple types of disposal pathways depending on the waste. There's slit trenches, engineered trenches. It depends on the waste, the type, and where they put it within the site there. Savannah River site saltstone that receives the liquid portion of the low-level waste. It's grouted into these gigantic repurposed water tanks at the site. This is an older picture. There's actually more of the disposal units there. But it's another creative way to dispose of the waste. When it is done, there will be a large cap put over the top of that. And actually, Craig Brenson was involved in the design of that cap at that saltstone unit. Transuranic waste, defense transuranic waste. We have the waste isolation pilot plant. If you ever get a chance, I highly recommend a site visit there. 2,000 feet below the ground surface in a salt mine is where we were disposing of waste. We're currently placing in panel 8. This is pretty up to date. It was from December, so only a few months late. So they might have filled up room 6 right now. I haven't looked lately, but they are in panel 8. Transuranic waste disposal. It's a really cool system. There's a lot of upgrades going on right now at the site. There's a new ventilation system being put in, a new shaft being drilled. If you can see it on the figure there over on the far left, that number 5 is the new shaft, the utility shaft that's going in. That will support the development of additional panels, 11 and 12. Going forward, you can see in the just above the legend there, it says panel 12 and 11. Those will be the next panels and rooms that will be developed and mined for waste disposal. We do have the New Mexico hazardous permit and NEPA coverage, and EPA's worked with us on that. So those panels are now licensed and in the process of being development. Since it's salt, you kind of design and build when needed. You don't build and walk away, because if you've been there, the salt moves, albeit slowly, sometimes quickly, and there'll be a crack or something, but it's a fluid, and so you need to maintain it. So you try to build the panels and the rooms as you need the disposal space, so you don't build it way in advance and just walk away. It would require a lot of maintenance to maintain it to be ready for waste. There's other sort of shafts there, and like I said, a lot of work. Waste has been, they just celebrated 2 weeks ago the 25th anniversary of shipments to the facility, so it's been operating over 25 years now. And there's an inventory report looking at the waste that's going there. They call it the ATWIR Annual Transuranic Waste Inventory Report. The latest version just came out last week, if you're interested in the waste that's going to that facility across the complex. And again, that's defense transuranic waste. So kind of taking more of a big picture back, looking at EM. If you're on waste management, that was the week that the new latest EM strategic vision came out, 2024 to 2034. There's the web link there, and I invite you to take a look at that to see all all the activities going on the site and where we're going for the next 10 years. That's been updated every year, so you can look at the last 3 or 4 editions there on the website as well. In addition to that, if you want more specifics on some of the activities that are going on and the mission priorities on the right-hand side there, you can see what the EM calendar year missions are. And as they said, the mission, I said that several times, but safe cleanup of the environmental legacy brought from decades of nuclear weapon development and government-sponsored nuclear energy research. So you can see there's priorities there. I just have the priority 1 and 2. There's additional priorities on the website if you're interested in taking a look at that and some of the activities going on there. But that third bullet down in priority 1 is related to the WIP facility, and it's the SSCVS, the Safety Significant Confinement Ventilation System, completeness and readiness. And this is to provide additional air, filtered air on the way out to the mine itself, which is exceedingly important for the worker safety, and to do multiple activities at the same time down in the mine itself. So one of the important activities going on there. And of course, if you open up that EM strategic vision, getting back to waste, I want to just highlight this, disposal of radioactive waste is the core function of the EM program. And without waste disposal capabilities, cleanup cannot proceed. And, also it's important that I've been highlighting the DOE facilities. There are commercial facilities available as well. And we use whatever's in the best interest of the government. It's like at your house, if your garbage doesn't get picked up, what are you going to do with it? Do you have to take it to the dump yourself? Or, what if that dump's not open? We all utilize resources, so we need to have a disposal pathway. So maintaining, cleanup of the buildings, D&D of the buildings, we need to have that disposal pathway in order to proceed and do our work. So exceedingly important. If you're interested in some of the historical activities at DOE, here's a link to some of the timelines. You can look at back based looking at some of the best ones, the Secretary of Energy's looking back through time, and links there and some of the important activities. There is a video on the website, DOE website. I'm not going to play it, but I just wanted to let you know that that's available as well. And there's also site videos as well. So I do invite you to take a look at the YouTube page. There's a lot of interesting videos on the sites and also corporately the EM headquarters and DOE as a whole. Nevada Test Site has some great videos of their disposal facility, like the day in the life and of a waste operator. Plus some of the historical videos are very interesting as well. And all the sites have done a very nice job of looking at, providing information. What do we do? What's happening at the sites as well. So take a look at that. And then kind of back to me, here I am doing waste disposal, and you're like, wow, how did I get into waste disposal? Well, I guess if you think of it, I'm a hydrologist, and I invite you to take a look at, your profession, sort of looking back at decisions I made and didn't think about at the time, but, what do you want to do? Where you want to be? Well, take a look at some of the facts related to your profession. And, not all of us dream to be 10-year Regents professors at some university, right? Maybe some on this call, but being a tenured professor obviously is an amazing thing to do, but being a professional, be it in a hydraulic, take a look at that to get a better understanding of your job and the field in which you want to look at. So of course I'm highlighting a hydrologist here, but as a hydrologist, I worked at source zone remediation, dilute plume cleanup through various technologies, and now I'm creating a disposal facility that is a very concentrated source zone. So our job is to maintain the contaminants within that disposal facility for as long as possible and meet all the regulatory requirements. So transport mechanisms are exceedingly important, be it water or other areas. But it's not all technical. I want to be very clear about that. I'm a highly technically trained person, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of other skills that are exceedingly important to succeed in this field, and I would say argue any field, and some of them more than others, and some I was surprised by. But working in group projects are exceedingly important, and that's, I would say, argue been made easier and challenging in the current times with, here I am doing this on Teams versus in person in a classroom or a lecture hall. Critical thinking, innovative. If you're doing advanced degrees, I think this, goes without saying, but at the same time, thinking outside the box, willing to take risk, ask questions within safety limits, of course, but need to be thoughtful about things. How do we communicate and present? It's not just presentations. We probably all heard death by PowerPoint. Unfortunately, I lived true to that today on this presentation, but we need to be communicating and presenting. It's always odd to me that some of the most important exams I took in my life were oral exams, but yet we practiced very little for them, thinking qualifying exams, defense exams, and so forth. So communicating and presenting to a wide variety of audiences is exceedingly important, both academic audiences, but stakeholder groups. We do a lot of communication and dialogue to the Native American tribes, the Pueblos, stakeholder groups, community leaders, and so forth. So being able to communicate at multiple levels and explain complex ideas is exceedingly important. Planning, project management. I thought that's the last thing I'd ever be doing is being a project management, but you can't get away from it. Everything we do is a project management or planning. If we're planning an experiment in the laboratory, we have to look at the chemicals, the packing, the columns, so it is in a sense a different version of project planning management, but looking at the DOE process and how do we do that's exceedingly important. I put government processes in quotes there. I was trying to encompass many ideas there, but how the government works. So for my job being in the government, and even if you're at a national lab or somewhere else, you need to know how the government works and the processes and, all the nuances related there. So I think at least in my current job, that's exceedingly important. And, last but not least, reading, writing, editing, reviewing goes without saying. Being able to read things, read them quickly, have an understanding of it. Diverse reading, look for different areas, differing opinions on the same topic. Writing's exceedingly important. Please take whatever writing classes for scientists or whatever available. Take that elective that you never thought you would take. How to write a proposal, how to write your tenure package. It goes without saying there's many areas in which writing is so exceedingly important in the sciences. Writing a journal article is a very different audience than writing a congressional report or something to a stakeholder group. So know your audience, know who you're writing, what you're trying to say, be succinct, plain language, communicating exceedingly important. And I spend a lot of time editing too. So being able to edit and do those processes exceedingly important. So some of those skill sets out there besides just the highly technical skills that I want to highlight on and, take advantage of being in a education system to take that walk across to that other building in the English department or literature department and take a class over there. It'll prove useful. And maybe you already have those in the program itself. But always be thinking also about life balance. I'm going to highlight DOE. I'm sorry, I'm going to do this little tricky twist there. So you highlight the DOE. DOE, I think, is a great place for a great, work-life balance. And if you want to look at the DOE or other agencies, I invite you to look at the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey there, and there's a link to that, the FEVS, which is a yearly survey that goes out and asks questions about your job, your work environment, and so on. But in my opinion, DOE is a great place to work at. Office of Environmental Management, of course, is where I work, but it's challenging, interesting, and always be thinking about that. I'm in the office today. Yesterday, I worked in the office too, actually, although I was supposed to work from home, but it was a day off. So my kids were home. So I'm like, if I want to get any work done, I need to come into the office. So here I am working in the office yesterday, today. Tomorrow I'll be working from home. And so, having that flexibility is exceedingly important. I realize that doing the work is also exceedingly important, but have that ability to be working in multiple places. I also think travel. 2 weeks ago, I was in Vienna for an IAEA meeting, International Atomic Energy Act agency meeting. Great experience. Meet people from around the world, talking and strategizing about waste disposal. It's very diverse and very interesting areas in which we work upon. And if you want to learn more, definitely go to the DOE website. I have the link here in the bottom, the resource hub. There's so many other things going on with the Department of Energy right now between Justice 40 initiatives, clean energy initiatives, equity and energy on Twitter. I'm actually not on Twitter, but it's there. Leadership activities, becoming a mentor. It's you're mentoring your staff, you're being mentored by your supervisor or somebody else, but there's just a lot of other activities going on. And not just at work. I mean, up in that upper right, there says calendar events. It's amazing the number of training sessions going on and other activities that you can attend virtually in person and just learn and expand your knowledge and horizon. So I think it's, DOE is a really, really great place to work. Got to get drink water here, sorry. I did that on purpose so you could ponder my closing thoughts. So last time I wrote down some closing thoughts and I kept, I think, kind of a lot the same. I maybe tweaked a little bit and added a couple there as well based on sort of experience in my thinking about this. But, I think this applies to my job, but it can apply in a lot of other areas. And I think we maybe hear about it, and maybe you're aware of it, but that first bullet's exceedingly important. Networking. Knowing your peers, knowing the people outside your group is exceedingly important. So definitely take that extra time, be it at meetings, trainings, walking down the hallway, knocking on someone's door who you don't know but is in the department. Network and talk and meet with people. I think that's can't be undervalued. Exceedingly important. Explore experiences both inside and outside academia. I think before I said, break away from the ivory tower or something like that. And I thought I better change that a little bit. But, academic experience is amazing, was invaluable to me. But it's also important to look outside and what's being done in the commercial world or in private industry as well. It's a different perspective. They both have validity, and I think they both are important in sort of your development as a person and as expert in your area. So look both inside and out, and that's where internships or details or other things looking out outside are very important, I would argue. Related to that's trying diverse experience. Do something you didn't think you would do. Reach out to another area, go to a meeting, do things that are different to get a different perspective on things. I think that's really helpful to try and make the whole person and a better understanding of what you do and why you do it sometimes. Training, definitely take advantage of it. And I want to know, it's different than classes. Classes are one thing. Trainings are something else. I mean, I think when I was first at DOE, I oddly took like a hydrology course, which is really weird for me, but take a training course. It has a different perspective. It's done for a different reason than, the base knowledge and understanding. So think about that. Take classes. I think you'd be surprised the number of classes out there, and how it can be, how beneficial it can be is what I'm trying to say. Internship, mentoring opportunities. Take advantage of that when you can. There's so many out there. At the end of the presentation, I actually have a couple links that you can use for within the DOE or even with the federal government opportunities, but definitely try to look at that. And not just when you're in academia, even in my situation, for me to do, be a mentor, take training, go on a detail. I'm on an acting detail right now, expanding my knowledge. Make sure you know what you need to do for the career you want. That's a little wordy there, but I remember meeting with some students one time and they said, well, I want to do this for a career. And I said, well, what credentials do you need to do that? Do you even need a master's? Do you need a PhD? Can you just do it with an undergraduate degree and a certificate? Do some research in the career that you really want to do and look into that. Look back at the labor statistics website, where are the jobs located? What would be my medium salary? What training do I need? I think sometimes we get stuck in the do loop. You graduate from high school, you go to undergrad, you go to grad school, you do a postdoc, whatever. Look along the way if there are off ramps to what you actually want to do for your career, your choice. I think that's exceedingly important, and just to think about it, if nothing else. I'm not saying don't get that advanced degree, by the way, but just think about it if it's something you really need or want. And it's okay not to like something. I think we sometimes feel like we have to like everything, but it's okay to say this is not that area that I want to work in, and I want to work in something else. So do your research and know what you like, because you're going to be doing it for a long time. Career can be a long time. And then this last one is the new one I added, is keep your resume updated and apply for jobs. It gets back to, a resume is exceedingly important. I know there's other tools, LinkedIn and other things these days, but I think having your resume updated with, presentations, posters, talks, papers, degrees and so forth, you sometimes forget about that, and it's good to keep that updated and apply for jobs. Even apply for a job that maybe you don't want. It's good to get practice. We don't do a lot, doing oral communication and being interviewed by a panel of people can be exceedingly stressful. So practice. How do you get better at it? Practice. I know, I'm sure you do this for your degrees when you're going in for defense or something. You get a group of friends or someone, and you sort of practice ahead of time and do things like that for your, oral exam or a defense or something. But you should do that for jobs too. Get your friends together and have them, ask you some tough questions about the job. Be prepared. And, the more you do it, the better you'll be at it. So I think that's important, another skill with that. So with that, sort of to end things up here at the 50-minute mark, sorry. Careers at DOE, definitely go to energy.gov, look up careers, put it in your favorite search engine to check out, some careers at DOE. The website this is a screenshot from the website, lots of opportunities with USA Jobs, recent graduates. There's a lot of amazing programs for recent graduates working in the federal government and DOE. There's the national laboratories. I didn't touch much on it, but I think sometimes people don't fully realize that national labs are not, most of the people there aren't federal employees. They're actually contractors. So in the private industry. So a lot of times you have to go to their websites to apply for jobs, not through USA Jobs. And Pathways program, not always accepting people, but definitely a really cool program. And we have a bunch of Pathways students in DOE-EM right now. It's another avenue for recent graduates. And with that, right at the 50-minute mark, I am going to stop talking. And if you have questions, please let me know. There are other DOE people on this call who have just as much information and as much knowledge as me as well. So reach out, I would say, to any of us if you have questions. And I know you've had talks from other DOE people as well. So lots of good information. I've had lots of good interactions with the CRESP program and the experts there, and look forward to continuing to do that. So thank you. Thanks for the time this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Marble. It's very fantastic presentation. We get a lot of information from you. So now it's open for the questions. I believe many of you will have questions. Please feel free to unmute yourself. And Mert.
Hello. I have a question about that slide where we were looking at recycling. You were saying it was a bit grayed out, that one. The arrow you put there from waste to back to mining. I was curious about that. How does that process work?
Okay. Yeah, that maybe wasn't part of the actual cycle. That was for me to emphasize that we need to be considering the final waste product at the very beginning as well. So don't start at the mining. You have to be thinking of the entire process throughout. And so I look at it as more of a circle, which is why I kind of added that arrow in there to be saying, okay, before you start mining, what waste are you going to produce? When you go to the processing, what waste are you going to produce? And so forth. So be thoughtful up front when you still have like just pen and paper on your thought idea before you actually start digging a big hole and decide, what am I going to do with this waste product now? You don't want that sitting out there, because think about it, if you're mining ore or uranium ore or something, you're exposing it to an environment, which means it then has an exposure pathway, right? And you don't want that, because that could lead to increased risk. So the idea is you dig it up, but then you immediately deal with it, whatever methodology, cover it up, cover it back up, haul it off site, whatever you need to do. So that was sort of my point there. Sorry if that was unclear.
No, I just wanted to ask. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Marble. Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, totally.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious about your experience at the Department of Energy. Do you feel like there's any like influence of like political parties or anything like that, like whichever political party is in charge on like your, I guess, day to day? Would you mind, I guess, talking about how you see that influence?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So, I mean, you know, obviously, I'm a civil servant. I'm a part of the executive branch. And the president is the head of the executive branch. Congress passes the budgets, so that's part of the checks and balance system. If you remember looking at the DOE map and where the sites are located, they're across the United States, both, you know, red, blue, and purple states. So it crosses political divides and lines, I would say. So there's pretty good support from both aisles, both politically as far as who's in control at the time on supporting DOE, but specifically the Office of Environmental Management and what our mission is for cleanup. If you look back at our organizational chart, the person at the top would be EM1, and that is Ike White right now. That is a Senate-approved political position, although currently the person sitting in that position was not Senate approved. So yes, I mean, there is political aspects of the job, but the lower you go down the chains, I would say that the less sort of political influence there is. But again, I would say that, I mean, it's politics. Everything gets down to politics, right? So you can't avoid it. And no matter what you're doing it, being at a research university, in the private industry, or in the government, politics of some level of some type is always involved. But as I said, you know, the EM mission and the EM offices has very wide support from both offices and to keep us moving forward. I have any indication of our job is our budgets keep going up. So I think that's an interesting indicator of the EM mission and how it's approved across in the political areas. I don't know if I'm completely answering it. I might be towing around that a little bit there, but trying
No,
to do my
I
best
think it
to
does.
respond to that.
I was just wondering, yeah, your perspective on it. Thank you.
I would say, being a technical person, what is purely the technical best path forward doesn't always rule the day. There's other factors involved than a purely technical aspect of what to do that comes into play. How about that?
So that leads into questions about whether you deal on a day-to-day basis with the sovereign tribal nations.
Oh yeah, there's several people on this call besides me with DOE. We definitely have lots of engagement through the Stigwig and other activities, especially at the sites like the Hanford site with the Yakima or with the Pueblos in New Mexico. There's a lot of active engagement with the yes. So yes, there is a lot of engagement. I talked at one of the meetings recently on waste. Many other people, Jocelyn Nahigian within the DOE is the director for the office. Demetris on the call works with them. Yes, lots of engagement.
Hey, Dr. Marble, thanks for your talk. It's very informative. I'm a grad student in Dr. Carson's group. I'm from China. So I guess I'm asking as an international student. So because of the challenge for language, maybe citizenship and other stuff, do you see a pathway for international students to potentially work at EM?
That's a great question. I would argue language is not a barrier though. But I would say in order to be a federal employee, a civil servant, you have to be a US citizen. So you'd have to go through that process to be a citizen. That being said, I work with a lot of international people at the national laboratories. National laboratories and other private entities have different rules and regulations. So you could be a foreign national, non-US citizen and work at a national laboratory. So be working on DOE projects. And I worked with many people from different countries through that. So you know, when you go to the USA Jobs or things, it'll be clearly say, what is the citizenship status necessary to apply? You need to look at that, but definitely look at national laboratories as an option for yourself.
Thank you so much. I have another question. So I'm working on the leaching assessment of PFAS contaminated soils. So
Okay.
I'm interested in, whether EM has any concern for PFAS contamination in the field.
Yeah, I'm laughing. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, it's interesting. I always think like, what's the latest emerging contaminant that we're worried about? And obviously right now it's PFAS. Used to be DNAPLs or other sort of contaminants, but yes, let me see. I don't think, well, Aaron White was on, Aaron's still on here. Aaron is heavily in the regulatory office. We have April Cleaver in the groundwater program. PFAS is, the guidance document just came out from EPA, I think 2 days ago, or maybe it was yesterday. So, DOE is very concerned about PFAS, both in production at our sites. There was PFAS used at sites in the production of some of the processes at our sites. It was used as a fire retardant. Well, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere, right? As they say, and forever chemical. So yes, there is a lot of research and activity and discussion being done from my standpoint, for disposal. Well, I think actually Craig Benson and others are looking at it. How does it degrade the liners? Or potentially can transport through, the PTF liners and so forth. So obviously, because that would affect what would be our performance assessment and performance objectives for our facilities. So yes, a lot of interest in PFAS and the hundreds to thousands of other related PFAS constituents, but I'm also would argue that there's a lot of other emerging contaminants out there that we need to be aware of as well. That being said, I would rather have our contaminants in a single spot within the disposal facility than being laying out in the ground or in a building. So I think safest disposal would be a DOE disposal facility for those sort of constituents. But yep, a lot of work. Office of Science, I'm sure, has a lot of work too. They did the basic wing of us, but we're the applied side of things. So hot topic.
Thank you so much. Thanks
There's a
for the
website.
information.
If you do a search for DOE EM PFAS, there's a website that talks about it.
Okay, thank you.
I
Thank
know
you so
maybe
much.
I can put the link in the, skillful enough, I can put the link in the chat. But yeah, thanks for the question. But the one point there I do want to bring up, and I know we're probably out of time, is, we're the cleanup office. DOE has a lot of offices, Office of Nuclear Energy, NNSA, fossil energy, nuclear energy, Office of Science. The Office of Science is more the basic research wing of the Department of Energy. And I'm generalizing here, of course. EM is the cleanup. We're more the applied side of things, right? So our mission is to clean up, utilizing methodology, technologies, understandings, processes that other entities like you as researchers, basic researchers, the Office of Science that a fund are working on. We take the knowledge and develop technologies to help us do cleanup, right? So there's that different, if you look at the technology readiness level or however you want to look at it, there's what we do versus what they do. So we're not on that basic side on like, how does this react in a pH, alkaline environment with these constituents and this much total organic matter or something, right? That's not what we do. We characterize our sites and say, this is what we have, how do we clean it up based on the knowledge at the time and the technologies available, right? So we're the applied side, the EM. If you want to do basic research, look at national laboratories or the Office of Science.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Marble, for your presentation and answer
bet.
our questions. Thank you for your time. And also thank you for everybody to join the seminar. Looking forward to see everybody in the next seminar. Have a nice weekend. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for the invitation. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.